Welcome. Good morning, everyone. It is our privilege to welcome you all to this year's 30th Annual Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguard System, NMMS, Users Technical Exchange. My name is Loida Begley from the Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, where I'm the Division Director for the Nuclear Materials Integration Division.
And good morning. I'm Diane Jackson from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I'm the first line supervisors for material control and accounting and international safeguards for our agency. We're both thrilled to be kicking off our opening session with all of you today, and we want to thank you for taking time to be here with us. We have a fantastic exchange lined up for you over the next few days, and we're confident that through the upcoming days, you'll find the sessions enriching for you.
This year marks a significant milestone, our 30th anniversary, a testament to the enduring importance and collaboration within the NMMS community. We gather under the important message, peace through atomic strength, which underscores the critical work we do together. We're excited to have you all here for what promises to be an engaging and informative exchange.
To give you a roadmap for today and the rest of the week, let's go over some of the organizational activities to support the execution of this week's agenda. We will highlight some of the important items to help your inclusion and participation as we progress through the exchange. First off, we're going to start with the details of our daily schedule so you know what to expect each day. For this year's technical exchange, the schedule will run from Monday through Thursday. Each morning from 10:30 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, we'll have an audio-visual connectivity check. We highly recommend joining us early to troubleshoot any technical issues before the main sessions begin. Our technical exchange sessions will run from 11 o'clock a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And to help you stay refreshed and engaged, there will be a 10-minute break at the end of each of the 50-minute sessions. We also want to encourage you to submit your questions and comments in writing for any specific training session. These will be either responded to in real time or compiled and responded to at the conclusion of the exchange. And remember, all presentations will be posted online within 2 weeks after the event.
An announcement will be sent from nimis@nmsa.doe.gov, so please keep an eye on your inboxes for that note. Now, let's highlight some of what makes this year's agenda so exciting. I'll highlight some of the agenda highlights that we believe will be of particular interest. We'll also cover where you can find downloadable reference material through our learning management system, or LMS, which will be a key resource for you. Given the virtual nature of our event, we'll touch upon contingency plans to ensure a smooth experience for everyone. Finally, we'll share some of the significant community accomplishments that reflect the collective efforts and successes of the NMMSS community over the past year. Throughout the exchange, if you experience any connectivity issues or have questions, we'll guide you on how to get assistance. We've curated a range of relevant presentations from a spectrum of the NMMSS community, covering various facets of work being done in the nuclear industry. You'll find topics relevant to anticipated growth and expansion with a sense of urgency, reflecting the evolving landscape of nuclear materials management. This includes discussions on technology advancements that are shaping our capabilities. We will explore opportunities to solve complex issues and seeking opportunities to further realize efficiencies in our processes. A key theme will be strengthening the already strong spirit of collaboration and cooperation within the NMMSS community, as our collective success hinges on robust partnerships.
And of course, we'll be addressing meeting today and future priorities to ensure that we're prepared for what lies ahead.
To support your learning and engagement throughout the exchange, we've made a wealth of online reference materials available for those joining us this week. You will hear several guidances and documents references as resources throughout the week. We really want to ensure you all have access to these materials. To support that, you can find these resources not just in the Nuclear Materials Learning Management System, or LMS, that will be addressed in tomorrow's session, but also within this year's registration site, as you see here displayed. Materials you can find there include DOE's NMMSS User's Guide, NRC documents, including new rigs, as well as NCNA reporting forms, including DOE NRC Forms 741, 742, 742C, and 740M. We also have our reportable identification symbol directories, or RIS directories, for DOE NNSA sites and NRC licensees, as well as NMMSS Quick Reference materials. Do note that these materials are not just to be found in one location, but multiple, including NRC's new rigs, applicable CFRs, as well as the fillable forms. While we anticipate a smooth event, we also have contingency planning in place just in case. In the unlikely event of widespread ZoomGov unavailability, please be assured that a notification and instructions for an alternative delivery platform will be sent out within a few minutes of an unplanned outage. In turn, if you find some issues with connectivity, please check the email you used for registration for these critical updates. Also, for the broader accessibility, the event is planned to be rebroadcasted via YouTube. Again, please check the email you used for registration for the relevant information to access the YouTube stream. We want to ensure that everyone can participate fully, regardless of any technical glitches. To further support the contingency planning, you may be wondering if any issues arise during the week, what should be done and who should I contact? Here, please find if you do encounter any issues during the exchange, we have a dedicated support channels available. If you have access and ability to at this time, please take a screenshot so that throughout the event and the exchange, you know who can best support addressing your needs in an efficient manner. For connectivity, registration, or any learning management system support, please reach out to Chris Mitchell or Voice.com. If you have any questions for any of the presentations that you see throughout the event or any panels, please submit them to Michelle Romano or Alexandra Ziegler, as you see here. And also for any other additional questions or general inquiries, please contact Eric Menares or Nicholas Steele. Once again, please do not hesitate to reach out to any of these individuals. They are all here to help ensure you have a seamless and productive experience.
Before we conclude, we want to briefly address the community and showcase some of the remarkable NMMSS community accomplishments. While we will have a dedicated session later today to specifically recognize individual contributors and acknowledge sites and facilities within the nuclear industry for their excellence in reporting, I first want to offer a high-level acknowledgement and appreciation for the entire NMMSS reporting community and the NMMSS analysts who support the operational metrics you see reflected here.
This visual representation highlights the impressive and immense scope of our collective work completed by the NMMSS program that could not have occurred without reporting from the DOE and NRC sites during FY 2025. This work includes a large focus on records management and a lot of reconciliation reporting for transactions. It involves foreign obligations, inventory reconciliation, reporting support, one-on-one workshops with DOE and NRC sites, where even as of this week, NMMSS is executing a one-on-one consultation with BWXT NFS per their request. NMMSS continues to focus on transit matching efforts and supporting numerous NRC and DOE inspections by providing the necessary reports, as well as addressing numerous facilitated specialized data inquiries and research. The sheer numbers underscore the critical role NMMSS plays in safeguarding nuclear materials.
Finally, we want to extend a huge thank you to all of you for participating in this year's technical exchange. Your presence and engagement is what makes this event so valuable. And again, a special thank you goes out to all of our presenters and keynote speakers for sharing their expertise and insights for this year's exchange.
As we look ahead to our 31st anniversary in 2027, we'd love your input. Please help in planning by sending your suggestions for topics, presentations, speakers, and preferred locations to NMMSS mailbox, nmms@nnsa.doe.gov. When you do, please use NMMSS 2027 Planning Ideas as your subject line. Your feedback is vital in shaping future exchanges. Thanks again, and we hope you have a productive and insightful week.
Pleased to introduce our first speaker to open this year's meeting. Ms. Caroline Carasoni currently serves as a Deputy Executive Director with a diverse profile that includes materials, waste, research, and state and tribal relations, to name a few. She holds her degrees in physiology and neurobiology and mathematics from the University of Maryland. Caroline joined the US NRC in 2007 and has brought her expertise and leadership to many areas within the agency, including reactors, inspection, rulemaking, and environmental and financial reviews. She has also led change in the agency as the director of our Embark Innovation Program. She is well known at the NRC for her strategic thinking and her creativity. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Caroline Carasoni from the US NRC.
Good morning and welcome to the NMMSS 30th Annual Users Technical Exchange. I'm Caroline Carasoni, Deputy Executive Director for Operations at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Thank you for joining us, whether you're from a fuel cycle facility, a research and test reactor, an agreement state program, a DOE site, or an international partner community. I personally know it can be very challenging to carve out time for important developmental touchpoints like this event. Your participation is deeply appreciated. I'm genuinely excited to kick off this year's technical exchange. The momentum around nuclear energy is invigorating. On a weekly basis, we're learning about new projects, new applicants, and new technologies, which means that the work you do in material control and accounting matters more than ever. Your diligence is the first line of defense for safeguarding nuclear material, and it's foundational to how the NRC meets its mission every single day. Before I continue, I want to start with sharing my thanks to our federal partners, especially DOE and NSA, for jointly planning and hosting this annual free technical forum and for their leadership of the I also want to thank those of you directly responsible for reporting to NMMSS. Your proactive, timely, and accurate reporting underscores a commitment to MCNA regulatory requirements, fortifies risk-informed oversight, and strengthens our collective safeguards posture. I also appreciate the continuing engagement of the IAEA and our other international counterparts. I understand that we've collaborated since last year's technical event on shared interests related to nuclear materials accountancy. Your insights help maintain high-quality reporting and reinforce the United States non-proliferation commitments. And finally, to our NMMSS analysts and program team, please accept my gratitude for your persistence in resolving complex reporting questions, helping facilities reconcile inventories, and coaching new entrants through requirements. Your tenacity is key to the practical collaboration that keeps the system strong. Many of you are tracking ongoing work to implement executive orders and related regulatory initiatives. For this audience, the key takeaways are straightforward. First, focus on streamlining where risk appropriate. The NRC is looking for ways to simplify legacy processes and reduce administrative burden without compromising safeguards, so your resources stay focused on the substantive elements of the MCNA and security. NMMSS remains an essential shop for troubleshooting MCNA reporting and identifying optimal reporting strategies to simplify nuclear material accountancy in practice. Second, clarity for new license types and technologies is important for success. As new facilities and fuel forms enter NRC's regulatory framework, we're reliant on NMMSS to support compliance with MCNA reporting requirements. This means NRC is regularly collaborating with NMMSS to improve reporting instructions contained in the new reg brochures and identify best practices that clarify expectations, avoid patchworks of exemptions, and meet regulatory requirements. Third, predictable engagement. This technical exchange has evolved over the past 30 years. However, it remains a critical touch point for industry and federal partners to discuss shared areas of interest related to MCNA, safeguards, and non-proliferation. It is important that this technical exchange and the suite of complementary trainings and workshops that NMMSS hosts continue to be offered. The NRC is committed to ongoing engagement with our longtime NMMSS users as well as first-time applicants. With that said, we're relying on your participation and feedback during the week to ensure that we make the most of this shared time together. As I mentioned, we're in a unique moment where the advent of new technology is met with policy support for advanced nuclear energy. We're living through a moment in time that features evolving regulatory framework, a growing supply chain, coming together to bring nuclear concepts into deployment. As the landscape changes, MCNA becomes even more pivotal. NRC's decision-making and oversight responsibilities hinge on our ability to get nuclear material accountancy data on time and in the right format so that we stay focused on risk-significant areas, streamline inspections, and support our international obligations. The theme I want to emphasize today is collaboration with flexibility. In this mindset, we're adapting to new technologies and market conditions while maintaining rigor and safeguards together. You will see this spirit throughout the week. The agenda is rich with practical sessions, hands-on demonstrations, and dialogues focused on providing clarity, predictability, and regulatory stability. This is where NMMS is really the glue. The NMMS program has been steadily refining processes to address unique reporting challenges that allow DOE and NRC to stay within our respective statutory and regulatory authorities. Over the last year, NMMS has focused its efforts on one-on-one engagement with license holders to troubleshoot hotspots for improving nuclear material accountancy. These focused workshops sought to improve how licensees capture and subsequently report nuclear material movements, transformations, and special attributes for emerging fuel forms. The goal has been to enable NMMS receipt of comprehensive data while minimizing the routine reporting burden for nuclear materials managers. I'd like to take a moment to highlight a few achievements. During the year, NRC staff and NMMS analysts held virtual sessions with fuel facilities, reactors, and universities to resolve emerging reporting questions efficiently, which led to cleaner submittals and fewer surprises during reconciliation. Specifically, NMMS's early involvement allowed 4 NMMS reporters to meet the timeliness requirements for reporting under 10 CFR Part 74 by providing the NRC with essential inventory data that facilitated a temporary relief from reporting. Recent engagement with the research and test reactor community has improved timeliness and completeness of Part 74 reporting from these license holders, resulting in reduced burden for NRC during scheduled MCNA inspections. NRC relied on NMMS data to address inquiries from agreement state authorities, particularly Nevada and New Jersey. Ongoing collaboration with our agreement state partners helps maintain the integrity of the NMMS program by ensuring the system has current information on licensed facilities and inventories under their jurisdiction. In turn, accurate NMMS data from agreement state users supports stronger MPEP outcomes and improves coordination on safeguards-related topics, including Part 73 compliance. NMMS data, coupled with technical analyses from programs, experts, and staff across the NRC and NNSA, supported the development and implementation of Section 123 agreements, reinforcing U.S. non-proliferation commitments and enabling peaceful nuclear trade under robust oversight. I'm heartened to share these accomplishments with you, and I'd like to draw a connection to showcase how NMMS's dedication to continuous improvement in nuclear material accountancy commitment to fit-for-purpose reporting, which values clear requirements, consistent formats, and tailored support for target users. As partners in MCNA, NRC and NMMS are striving to alleviate administrative friction for users so they can focus their time and attention on MCNA stewardship. Over the next 4 days, you'll see sessions for licensing and inspecting new and emerging fuel types, non-proliferation interfaces, and nuclear material accountancy, with an emphasis on practical guidance and real-world case studies. I'm really interested in these conversations that develop on the margins of transitions from DOE authorization to NRC licensing under 10 CFR Part 70, particularly for pilot fuel lines. To optimize your participation this week, please engage during these segments that call for questions and feedback. The NMMS program benefits from your thoughtful inquiries, shared lessons learned, and suggestions for improvement. Help us refine the NMMS reporting instructions where needed by engaging. If you're a new applicant or preparing for a license, use this week to build your network and knowledge base. Take a moment to meet the NMMS analysts, find your go-to contacts at NRC and DOE and NSA, and set up follow-on conversations to keep your onboarding smooth. While this event is virtual, there are several resources that our event hosts will highlight so you can connect with key points of contact. If you're a seasoned reporter, I encourage you to share tips and pitfalls you've navigated with other attendees. Your experience is invaluable for raising the collective baseline. Thank you again to our hosts and partners, to the NMMS team for organizing this exchange, and to each of you for the work that you do every day. The future of nuclear is bright, and your MCNA excellence is central to making that future safe, secure, and sustainable. I'm thrilled to officially open the 2026 NMMS Users Technical Exchange. Have a productive week and enjoy the sessions.
My distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Nicole Nelson-Jean. Nicole is the Principal Deputy Associate Administrator for the Office of Environment, Safety, and Health in the National Nuclear Security Administration, NNSA. Our organization is also known as NASH. Nicole, a valued member of the Federal Senior Executive Service, joins our group with extensive experience at multiple DOE headquarters, from DOE headquarters offices and from field sites, all in leadership roles. Nicole's responsibilities are far-reaching, encompassing safety, nuclear packaging and transportation, environmental operations, nuclear materials, and enterprise waste management. She started her career over 34 years ago at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Beyond her domestic achievements, Nicole has a strong international background, having served as energy attaché at the U.S. to the U.S. ambassador in Vienna, Austria, coordinating NNSA support for the International Atomic Energy Agency's nuclear security, and as DOE attaché to the U.S. ambassador in Japan. Nicole's dedication and exceptional contributions have been recognized with numerous accolades, including the Secretary of Energy Honor Award, the U.S. Distinguished Presidential Rank Award, and the NNSA Administrator Distinguished Achievement Gold Medal. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Nicole Nelson-Jean.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by expressing my sincere thanks to Loida Begley and Diane Jackson for that warm welcome. It is truly a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I am Nicole Nelson-Jean, the Principal Deputy Associate Administrator for NNSA's Office of Environment, Safety, and Health, or NAESNH. On behalf of myself and Ahmad Al-Duq, the Associate Administrator for Environment, Safety, and Health, I would like to express our deep appreciation for the vital work all of you do in the field of nuclear materials to keep our nation safe and prosperous. I am honored to represent the Nuclear Materials Management and Safety we all know as NMMS. It is truly a national asset. And I say that not only from my current role, but also from my experience in diplomatic roles for the department. Having served as a nuclear attaché in Tokyo, Japan, and later at the U.S. mission to the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, Austria, I have seen firsthand how the work you do here connects directly to the global stage. I've been in rooms where U.S. credibility is assessed, where our safeguards commitments are scrutinized, and where the strength of our data and our systems underpins our leadership. Those experiences gave me a unique appreciation for the geopolitical environment in which we operate, and made clear that U.S. readiness, policy, and most importantly, leadership are only as strong as the systems and people that support them. And that includes all of you. NMMS serves both the NRC licensed community and DOE and NNSA sites. This is by design. The system, dating to the onset of the Manhattan Project, is maintained and operated under an interagency agreement between DOE and NRC, dating to the late 1970s. This occurred after the dissolution of the Atomic Energy Commission, or the AEC, to what then became the Energy Research and Development Administration, ERDA, which subsequently evolved into what we know now, the Department of Energy, and formation of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in 1975. The NNSA was established in 2000. So NMMS has been serving this country for over 7 decades and has itself evolved to meet the demands of each decade and national interests. Thank you to all of you and the hard-working men and women that came before us. The DOE and NRC partnership and the interagency agreement about 47 years ago created a joint national system of nuclear material accountancy to serve the information needs of the United States government in meeting both domestic and international obligation. The partnership is crucial. And from my time working alongside international partners and counterparts, I can tell you it is perhaps even more urgent today than when it was first established. The nuclear material accountancy data that you provide to NMMS has far-reaching consequences. It is used to fulfill U.S. safeguards declarations to the International Atomic Energy Agency to account for foreign obligated nuclear material under peaceful use agreements, or 123 agreements, and to support the material tracking and inventory reconciliation that underpins our national security and non-proliferation commitments. I have seen how that data is received, analyzed, and questioned on the international stage. The accuracy and timeliness of your reporting directly enable the United States not to just meet these demands, but to lead with credibility and authority. I am especially honored to have this opportunity to address the NMMS community during a uniquely exciting time at NNSA and DOE, as the enterprise emerges from an extended period primarily focused on sustainment to one focused on production and peace through atomic strength. Maintaining a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent remains fundamental to our overall national security strategy and to global stability. However, we know that other national security demands, particularly the rapidly increasing need for energy security, are evolving in a complex and challenging ways as well. The responsibilities of DOE and NNSA in these evolving arenas are more critical now than ever before, as we are the intersection for so many nuclear capabilities. We must support our national defense and energy security missions while protecting the environment and the safety of our workers, who are vital to the execution of all of our operations. In this rapidly changing world, we remain committed to meeting the challenges with urgency and excellence. NAESNH is deeply committed to supporting NNSA's urgent priorities, especially plutonium pit production, a capability critical to our nuclear deterrence strategy. The national security need for pit production is clear, and I want to emphasize that NAESNH will execute its responsibilities for the United States. We are solutions-oriented, operationally skilled, and a production-focused organization. For example, we are directly supporting the pit production effort by opening critical production space through innovative disposition and legacy material removal strategies, streamlining nuclear safety through tailoring the requirements to specific mission operational characteristics, providing packaging and transportation assets, and other mission-enabling services vital for pit production. NAESNH operates as a key nexus for nuclear activity across the government and private sectors. A key part of that nexus is the Nuclear Materials Management and Safeguards System, NMMS, which is the nation's authoritative database for tracking and accounting for nuclear materials. Again, from my international experience, I can tell you that systems like NMMS are not just operational tools, they are strategic instruments of national power. And they enable transparency where it matters, assurance where it is required, and confidence where it is expected. NMMS, as a core operational platform, enables NAES&H to deliver the analytical services and specialized technical support that NNSA and other federal partners across the U.S. government require to support informed decision-making related to nonproliferation, national security, safeguards, and programmatic nuclear material priorities. Simultaneously, the nuclear landscape is changing rapidly. Recent executive orders have directed the acceleration of nuclear energy deployment and the expansion of domestic nuclear capabilities at a pace we have not seen in decades. The urgency is real. Accelerated pit production timelines, new advanced reactor designs moving toward licensing, small modular reactors entering the pipeline, and a growing commercial nuclear renaissance driven by national energy security imperatives. Each of these brings new materials, new facility designs, and new operational characteristics into the nuclear enterprise. The NMMS of the future must be more robust and flexible, capable of accommodating that diversity efficiently and reliably. NNSA and our partner NRC are working together to ensure that NMMS evolves to meet those demands. All Nuclear Material Accountancy by Design, NMA by Design. Building accountancy efficiency from the outset rather than retrofitting it after the fact. That forward-looking approach is why NAES&H is heavily invested in leveraging technology and innovation. We continuously strive to improve NMMS for enhanced interoperability, including exploring real-time operational optimization, predictive routing, and automated accountancy and workflow opportunities. Artificial intelligence is a key part of that strategy. Effectively implemented in NMMS, AI will strengthen our ability to manage nuclear materials data and associated analytics at scale, improve the speed and accuracy of reporting, and directly support NNSA's ability to accelerate delivery on its most critical missions. From pit production to nonproliferation to supporting the broader nuclear energy enterprise. This is what I mean when I say that NAES&H is a mission enabler. We do not simply oversee safety and compliance. We provide the tools, that data infrastructure, and the technical expertise that allow the nuclear security enterprise to move faster and with confidence. Whether it is clearing production space at our pit production facilities, ensuring that materials move safely and efficiently across the complex, making feed material needed to help accelerate new nuclear startups and innovations, or modernizing the systems that underpin our nonproliferation commitments. NAES&H is at the center of the action. Throughout this week's agenda, you will be hearing much more from the community, from our NMMS analysts, from DOE and NRC staff, and from your fellow nuclear operators, about all the exciting work that is taking place to serve this community and advance the strategic interests of the United States. I encourage you to engage fully in these sessions and to bring the same energy and commitment to this exchange that you bring to your daily work. In closing, I would like to acknowledge that the diligence and accuracy of NMMS reporting is foundational to NAES&H's ability to utilization, reduce waste, and meet our national security and nonproliferation commitments. But most importantly, it is you that I wish to acknowledge. Because I have seen what happens when the United States shows up with strength, credibility, and leadership on the global stage. And that strength begins with the work you do every day. We do not achieve any of this without your dedication and professionalism. Meeting this high bar requires committed people who understand how they contribute to our national security. We need you. Thank you for your attendance today and for your dedication to working together as a community for the safety and security of the United States and the world.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Prior to continuing through our program for the day, we would like to inform the audience that we are joining you live from 2 locations at this time. We are currently joining you from the Oak Ridge National Laboratories, or NL, Spallation Neutron Source Facility, or SNS, which we are going to be calling throughout this event the NMMS Live from Orenau. Also at this time, we have the second location of NMMS Live from Germantown, where we will be your main facilitators throughout this week's technical exchange. My name is Alexandra Ziegler. I'm a program analyst with the Nuclear Materials Integration Division, where I provide technical support to our NMMS operation. And I am also joined by Michelle Romano from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Hi, NMMS community, welcome. I'm sure plenty of you already know me, but for those who don't, I'll briefly share my background and my role here this week. NMMS has played such an integral role in my career. I actually started my career working as an international analyst and then as an international team leader at NMMS. Then I went to the NRC to do MCNA inspections. Following that, I went over to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, to do international safeguards inspections there, and then returned to the NRC to work in international safeguards in the MCNA branch. So all that being said, NMMS data and the NMMS community have been integral in every part of my career, whether it's data analysis, inspections, nuclear cooperation agreements, IAEA reporting, it all comes from NMMS. So thank you for all you do. My role this week here is a facilitator, joint facilitator with Alex, since Mirabelle Shoemaker is on a temporary rotation within the NRC, and she'll talk about that in just a minute. Fun fact, my first NMMS users meeting was as a new hire in 1996. I know I'm dating myself, but yes, since we are celebrating 30 years of the evolution of these training meetings, I feel like it's truly come full circle. With that, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this year's technical exchange, and I will transition now to Mirabelle in the Germantown location. Mirabelle?
Hey, everybody. It's like fun to go live at the same time. Very cool. So yes, we are in the Germantown location, and this is a little cameo from me. I'm stepping away from my temporary rotation just to say hello and open really with some gratitude to all of the organizers and partners across NNSA, NRC, Oak Ridge, and Lanall who came together today to pull off this week of training. I looked at the program and it's so robust. And I just really want to applaud everyone's effort because it's a testament to how evolved NMMS has become over the years. There's so many layers of technical and programmatic support that come into play. And it's just funny thinking back to like the old days of like the Brian and Pete show. And now it's like this massive web of IT folks and analysts. We definitely couldn't pull it off without everyone's help. So thank you all. Michelle alluded to, I'm on a temporary rotation right now. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about what that rotation is, because Caroline did a great job of connecting, what's happening at the higher level for NRC and what it means for the NMMS community. I'm currently on a temporary assignment supporting NRC's implementation of Executive Order 14300. You may have heard of it. It requires, it's directing all federal agencies, including the NRC, to reform and modernize regulatory structures, improve transparency, streamline processes, and strengthen public engagement. My rotation is in the Office of the Executive Director for Operations, and it requires coordination across the technical offices, the legal and program offices, specifically in areas that support the rulemaking schedules, helping to ensure alignment with the Commission, OIRA, and other interagency partners. The executive order is driving one of the most significant regulatory modernization efforts that the NRC has undertaken. And it covers topics like reforming and modernizing the radiation protection framework, streamlining reviews of proven reactor designs, modernizing materials licensing, enhancing reactor licensing, decommissioning, oversight, and security. This is just naming a few. The goal of these initiatives is to move the agency towards a more efficient, transparent, and predictable regulation structure while enabling innovation and maintaining the NRC's safety and security mission. So why does that matter for this audience? Caroline, she really knocked it out of the park and touched on that. Operators and NMMS analysts are going to benefit from greater clarity regarding reporting expectations, timelines, and technical standards. Increased predictability makes it simpler for everyone to follow procedures and ensures a smoother implementation of these practices across the board. And furthermore, the emphasis on transparency and stakeholder engagement, it strengthens the communication pathway with the commercial sector, DOE and NNSA sites, and then new participants to the nuclear sector. It's going to ensure that the customer base and NMMS analysts can, support the customer base day to day. So this assignment has given me a deep appreciation for the scale of modernization that's underway. I'm really excited to bring that expertise back to the NMMS community, especially as we continue to position NMMS for the future and prepare for new technologies, new operators, and a more dynamic nuclear landscape. I hope you enjoyed the programming this week. And I really want to underscore how important it is that you provide your feedback so we can continue to give valuable training and develop useful resources for the NMMS community. Back to you all in Oak Ridge.
Thank you so much, Maribel and Loida. Great to see you both, and thank you for being with us today. As Maribel, you have been such a staple over the years for the NMMS reporting community, so really appreciate it. So at this time, we would like to turn the program over to Timothy Coons, who shall be providing insights to all of us on Los Alamos National Laboratory's low-enriched uranium fuel fabrication facility. So take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's great to be here with you today. Before I get into the details of this presentation, I wanted to take a moment and reflect on the broader landscape that we're all working in. And across the advanced reactor and fuel development space, we're seeing real momentum. We see organizations that are moving from concepts to hardware, federal programs that are pushing towards demonstration, and industry partners that are increasingly ready to scale. And with that momentum comes a growing need for facilities to fabricate enriched fuels and fabricate them not just at the grams level for experiments, but at meaningful quantities that let organizations build prototypes, validate their processes, and ultimately take the next step toward deployment. And so what we've heard consistently from partners is that for them to move past the benchtop scale, the R&D scale, they need places that can support mid-scale, adaptable fuel fabrication. And there are many important capabilities throughout the DOE complex today, and they each play an important role. And LEF was developed not to replace any of them, but to complement them in this ecosystem. And what we're adding is a flexible, pilot scale capable facility that can adapt to a wide range of fuel types. And I'm excited to share a portion of that LEF story with you all today. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce myself. My name is Timothy Coons, and I lead the Low Enriched Fuel Fabrication Facility here at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Okay, so just to go through the agenda real quick, I'll continue to expand upon the LEF story, talk about what it is, why it was built, and where we are in getting it ready for operations. I'll then introduce our first customer and explain how their needs are shaping our early workflows. From there, I'll introduce our safer working group because we've identified central challenges with scaling new fuel types. And we want to be well coordinated with our safeguards, MCNA, safety basis, and operations from the start. I'll continue to expand that and discuss our safeguard, security, and accounting vision, and why advanced fuels like TRISO create real measurement challenges, and how approaching those challenges with modern scalable techniques and technologies. And then I'll finally wrap up with a few thoughts. Okay, so here at Los Alamos National Laboratory, we have decades of experience supporting very early stage fuel development. And this is primarily the technology readiness levels 1 through 3 space. And primarily that involves small scale quantities, experimental materials, and ideals that are still being proven out. And that is foundational work and will continue to be important. But as soon as a concept starts to mature, especially if a customer wants to do a demonstration or do a lead test rod, for example, things change. And instead of grams, they need kilograms. And instead of a single furnace or a single glove box operations, they need a multi-step workflow with significant footprints to support those operations. Instead of a research lab environment, they'll need a facility with the right utilities, safety envelope, and authorization basis that can handle greater quantities of enriched material. And LEF is a solution here. It is filling the gap between small-scale R&D facilities like government and universities and commercial scale facilities. And that's why we created LEF. It gives customers a place where they can fabricate HALEU-based fuels at meaningful scale. And this space has been designed from the ground up to support multiple fuel types and the evolving needs of fabrication processes today. The goal from the start has always been flexibility for this facility. So we provide utilities such as mechanical, electrical, water, and data that support these mid-scale operations. We couple that with an authorization basis that is capable of meeting a customer's fuel throughput needs. And we do that we've done that by establishing the necessary criticality safety documentation, MCNA, initial strategies, safety bases, and physical security environments. And lastly, we couple with an operational flexibility to support different customer-driven workflows. And we do that by having an agile workforce that's willing to adapt and change to customers' needs. And so we're building out this 3,500 square foot radiological capability. And this is not tied to a single fuel system, but it's adaptable enough to evolve with the needs of any advanced reactor developer. And that adaptability is where we've seen such strong interest and demand signals. And these include in industry customers to government organizations such as NASA and DOE. We've also seen internal programs at Los Alamos that have expressed interest, and they're already partnering with LEF, and these include our global security community to MCNA modernization, and they see LEF as an important future capability. So just to give a quick update on where we are at with our facility. Over the past year, we've made significant progress on the facility's authorization basis. LEF is now classified as a below hazard category 3 nuclear facility, and it is a nature of process facility with a moderate chemical hazard designation. Our safety analysis and supporting documentation have been reviewed and approved. And now we're working on focusing on finalizing engineering and administrative controls, conducting readiness assessments, and closing out our internal procedures. And those pieces are active right now and progressing well in 2026 with our target to go fully operational here towards the end of 2026. With that, construction has advanced in parallel. Utilities are in place. We are installing our programmatic equipment, and we're building in the transition from a construction shell to a functioning radiological facility. And this has been a coordinated effort between engineering, operations, safety, our customer, and we are progressing well and on track for our next phase, which will be commissioning here shortly. And with that, I wanted to quickly introduce our first customer, Kairos Power. And their fuel needs are giving us a tangible workflow to really anchor our early operations. And their molten salt reactor relies on, and you can see that in the image on the right. And so our early workflow development includes their comprehensive processing so that we can be at the ready to support their fabrication needs. And in addition to that, we have a complementary characterization suite to support the quality measurements of the product. And TRISO is a great example of the kind of fuel that fits well within this facility. It's technically complex, it's multi-step, and it requires a flexible envelope that can support these different stages of fabrication. And so with that, that brings us directly into our safeguards and accounting discussion. But first, before I get into the technical piece of it, as LEF approaches operations here, we're going to be dealing with HALEU feedstocks in significant quantities, and we're going to be processing those through multiple steps. And advanced fuels like TRISO don't behave like conventional oxide fuel forms from a measurement standpoint. And they introduce levels of complexity that can affect material control, measurement, verification, and reporting. And I want to discuss a working group that we pulled together, and we pulled together multiple stakeholders across multiple organizations here at LANL and included external institutions to help solve complex safeguard security and accounting challenges. And this is SAFER, our Safeguard Security Accounting for Fuel Fabrication Engineering and Research Working Group. And SAFER has been instrumental in shaping how we approach our safeguards and MCNA strategy. And rather than having safeguards, MC&A, safety basis, engineering, and operations engage independently, SAFER brings all those voices together early in the design and planning process to make things more efficient. Industry customers ultimately, at the end of the day, need efficient operations. They can't afford long hold points or slow analytical cycles. At the same time, MC&A and safeguards need measurement strategies that maintain confidence, minimize uncertainty, and keep pace with fabrication and production. If those two goals aren't aligned from the beginning, you end up with a facility that either slows down operations or doesn't meet accounting expectations. And so this working group, Safer Working Group, ensures that as we build out this facility, we design safeguards, measurements, and operational logistics together so that we can both marry efficiency and be held accountable. All right, so let's dive into some of the accounting challenges that we are facing. And so advanced fuel fabrication includes complexities that we just may not have encountered with traditional fuel forms. And as TRISO moves through its fabrication processes, you effectively build or add layers to them. These include pyrolytic carbon layers, silicon carbide layers, and that forms the TRISO particle. You then embed those particles into a compact. So then you add in binders and graphite, adding a lot of non-nuclear mass that makes the fissile content harder to measure directly. Where traditional mass-based measurements might have a challenge and lose some of its meaning because most of what you're measuring isn't now uranium. And just to further that thought, right, contrasting it with let's call it UO2 pellets, where the fuel is more readily dissolvable for destructive analysis, where the geometry may be a bit more consistent, and equally the uranium is directly accessible. So in that environment, that's where the traditional mass-based enrichment methods provide high confidence for verification. But TRISO changes that picture. And with the multiple layers of pyrolytic carbon, silicon carbide coatings, they present a challenge, but they're there and designed to withstand extreme environments by design. And so effectively, they resist chemical dissolution. And so that makes dissolution destructive analysis potentially slow and even incomplete. And when you think about the destructive analysis techniques we have today that might support TRISO, it might present challenges for fully verifying kernel recovery in this space. And so just to put a finer point on this, the scaling of TRISO fabrication production from small scale research batch to pilot scale quantities, and using traditional destructive analysis has a high potential of becoming a bottleneck. It also has labor intense and time consuming, and it could disrupt operations at the end of the day. But our safeguards teams need confidence while balancing that with an operational throughput that's of desire to customers. And so we can't have those differing. We can't have those not in alignment. And in addition to that, we don't see a strategy that's just a single measurement tool that would be designed from a past era of fuel development. And so with that, that's what brings us to our shift, and it's not revolutionary, but maybe some of the techniques are a bit more advanced, and that's really a shift toward some of the NDA-based approaches that we're trying to evaluate out for our MC&A and accounting strategy. And so, just first, NDA, we're not expecting to replace all destructive analysis, but in the context of advanced fuels, NDA becomes a tool that can help with managing our operational logistics while meeting our accounting requirements. NDA could reduce the reliance on long chemical cycles. It could lower measurement uncertainties potentially. And where we see opportunity is that it could integrate more naturally into a production rate workflow. And so just to talk about a few of the techniques that we're evaluating, and specifically for TRISO, there are a few NDA techniques that are particularly promising. Now, each one brings a different strength to the table, and not one technique going to solve the entire operational logistics with accounting requirements. So, just to just to talk through a few of the techniques we're evaluating. The first one here is an active well coincidence counter, an AWC. And Los Alamos has had a long history of developing this AWCC system. Lanel developed it, and it continues to be a central enabler of this technology, and we see this as central to some of our TRISO measurement approach. And quickly, an AWCC works by pulsing neutrons into the material and detecting a time-correlated neutron burst that's emitted by inducing fission in 235. And so we correlate those neutrons, we call those the coincidences, and we can scale those to the fissile mass. And so what makes this useful for TRISO is that even though graphite moderates neutrons, the active neutron source essentially overdrives that moderation. And so it gives us a clear induced fission signal. And so part of the Safer Working Group, we've continued to partner with the Lanel team that has supported the AWCC development. And we continue to design and further optimize the moderator geometry and detector positioning so that we can really get enhanced sensitivity and really continue to expand the development of this technology. And so even with complex graphite matrices, the AWCC technology gives us a direct physical-based measurement of the U230 bot content. Next, we have gamma spectroscopy. This isn't this is probably not new to a lot of folks, but where this technology will complement is that it will provide us the isotopic information. And so even though there's attenuation from the coatings and graphite, there's still characteristic gamma lines for uranium. They're still present. And we see gamma spec offering two things for our strategy. One, it's a check of the isotopics. And then we can also cross-validate that with our AWCC measurements. Because gamma attenuation can reflect coating thickness and density variations, the spectral shape itself can sometimes provide indirect structural clues. And so gamma spec doesn't necessarily give you everything, but we see this as a crucial support role complementing our strategy. Finally, we are looking at X-ray computed tomography. XCT does something we feel, well, there's something that's neither neutron or gamma can provide, and uh, uh, an actual representation of the internal structure. So it produces a 3D image of our compact, and in this case, a pebble, and it can evaluate particle distribution, coating integrity, voids, cracks, and other defects. And so for coated particle fuels, which depend heavily on the integrity of those layers, this visual confirmation it does a couple things. It can provide some quality information as well as complement our accounting strategy. However, right now there is a trade-off, and that is time. With high resolution XCT scans require dwell times and in addition to that, reconstruction. And so as we think about our throughput operations and as they increase, um, that analysis time could become a bottleneck as well. And so that's where we've begun to expand our network and really enable our AI teams across Lano here to support any automation in this space, and that we see that becoming incredibly important. So effectively, once a compact is scanned, um, we can use these machine learning, large language models to help to more rapidly identify particle distribution, classify defects, flag anomalies, and check for structural verification. And what we want, or what we've observed in the past, where it might take hours to do this review process, we're targeting to get these down to minutes from any automated analysis that we can achieve. And so we can apply these strategies where we can then manipulate maybe some of the process parameters. So we may be able to scan faster, have lower resolution scan times, and then reserve high resolution XCT for a subset for deeper evaluation. And we see that as an opportunity space as we work through this our development space with AI. And so basically we can optimize our protocols. And so that way XCT can become a realistic part of our fabrication scale quality guard strategy. And so when we think about all three of these together, an AWCC, where we can have induced fission signatures, gamma spectroscopy for that isotopic cross-check, and XCT for structural verification, we start to put together a framework for a modern safeguards and accounting toolkit that are tailored to these advanced fuel concepts. And so we see that no single technique or technology is going to solve these advanced fuel concepts, but together they cover the need for providing mass confidence, isotopic conformation, structural integrity, and coupling all that through scalability and throughput is where we see a successful strategy. All right, and then just highlighting and putting a finer point on the benefits. And so as LEF ramps up fabrication, again, NDA methods allow us to provide confidence in the safeguards and accounting space while eliminating any bottlenecks for operations or reducing bottlenecks for operations. Think about reducing the analytical burden, supporting the higher throughput, and effectively NDA providing a measurement framework that can be not just deployed here at LEF, but throughout future fuel fabrication facilities across the DOE complex. But in addition to that, external fuel fabrication facilities. And so again, as we move towards operations here at LEF, our focus has been a systems approach. We want to build on Safeguard and MCNA foundation to support this facility. And we see that being driven through our SAFER working group so that we can identify challenges and identify solutions where we can marry accounting and operation logistics and ultimately, right, ensuring our reporting aligns with both the DOE orders and then we can support customers for any national material management expectations for them for the future. And I can't state enough that this community will help shape this accountability framework as we progress with this facility. All right. So in conclusion, LEF is a flexible, pilot scale, HALU capable tool. We support fuel development with a comprehensive systems approach. And advanced fuels like TRISO bring real measurement challenges to the accounting space. And we see that being solved with modern NDA approaches to address these challenges. We pulled together a network of stakeholders, and SAFER has played a crucial role in aligning our safeguards, MCNA safety and operations early. And that way we can collaborate and identify challenges with this facility and create solutions early on. And lastly, as LEF transitions into operations, we look forward to continuing to work with stakeholders across organizations and institutions to help with the approach that is we need to make sure we're accounting for materials confidently, but also doing that in a operationally focused mindset. And so with that, it was my pleasure talking with you all today. Again, my name is Timothy Coons. Here is my contact information. I have Kayla Gill here. She's a part of the LEF team. Contact info, and also Chris Stanek, who is our program office for nuclear energy here at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And with that, I thank you for your time.
A large thank you to Timothy Coons for providing your insights. As we did have a jam-packed morning, if there are any questions in regards to LIF, you can also send your questions our way, where we will be sure to coordinate them with Timothy Coons and the individuals that he just referenced right there. And we can either get to them during the exchange or after. But at this time, we will take a break for lunch or breakfast, depending on where you are located. And we plan to resume the program at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from your lunch break. Thank you for joining us for this panel on nuclear cooperation agreements. We're so happy to have you here with us today. My name is Laura Garrity, and I am an import-export analyst at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We'd like to begin this panel by highlighting the importance of the work supporting nuclear cooperation agreements, commonly known as 123 agreements, which serve as a cornerstone of the U.S. civil nuclear engagement worldwide. Led by the U.S. Department of State and implemented in close coordination with NNSA and the NRC, these agreements enable the United States to expand peaceful nuclear cooperation while maintaining strong nonproliferation standards. This effort relies heavily on high-quality data and technical expertise. NMMSS data, combined with analysis from the NMMSS program and contributions from agencies, plays a critical role in supporting the development, implementation, and long-term success of these agreements. That interagency collaboration is especially important today, as the United States is actively pursuing roughly 20 new or renewed agreements globally, creating opportunities for U.S. industry while reinforcing international safeguards and accountabilities. I'll now turn it over to our panelists to briefly introduce themselves before we begin our discussion. Seth, if you would like to go first.
Thanks, Laura. Good afternoon. My name is Seth Maddox. I am the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Team Lead in the Office of Nuclear Energy Safety and Security at the U.S. Department of State.
Barry, if you would like to go next.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Barry Miller. I'm a Senior International Policy Analyst at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission in our Office of International Programs, where we do export licensing.
And Jessica?
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Norlis, and I am a program manager in the Office of Civil Nuclear Cooperation and Engagement in DOE's NNSA. And I work in the office that supports the implementation of 123 agreements.
And I'm Alex Ziegler. Throughout this event, I will be here as a moderator and facilitator, and I'm happy to join this wonderful panel. I would like to remind the group that if there are any questions for these panelists, to please submit them to myself or to Michelle Romano, and we will be sure to coordinate the questions to the appropriate personnel and make sure that we could address it either throughout the event at some point, because we sections, and if we are not able to, we will be sure to get them to you shortly. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Laura, where she will be starting to ask the first question.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Alex. So for those newer to the field, Seth, could you briefly explain what 123 agreements are and why they're essential to U.S. civil nuclear cooperation?
Sure thing, Laura. So Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act lays out the requirements for cooperation with partners internationally. And so that's where we get the name of a 123 agreement after Section 123. So these agreements are required to engage in significant civil nuclear cooperation with partners globally. So that means for the export of nuclear material, equipment, or major reactor components. So the Atomic Energy Act lays out 9 legally required provisions that have to be contained within all of our 123 agreements. These agreements are fundamentally non-proliferation agreements. So while they're intended to enable civil nuclear commerce globally and exports of reactors and fuel, they are fundamentally, we view them from the U.S. government perspective as opportunities to strengthen global non-proliferation standards. So the 9 requirements laid out in the Atomic Energy Act cover, and each of our 123 agreements cover a range of issues from peaceful use, assurances, safeguards, physical protection, storage provisions, requirements for consent rights over transfers or enrichment or processing of U.S. material, as well as rights of return in certain scenarios. So those provisions are baked into all of our 123 agreements globally. We have 26 123 agreements in force with 50 countries globally, as well as the IAEA and the authorities in Taiwan. We've recently announced the completion of negotiations with a number of partners. We brought actually a 123 agreement into force most recently with Thailand, and have publicly announced the completion of negotiations with Armenia El Salvador, and Saudi Arabia. So we're very busily working, the State Department in cooperation with our colleagues at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and Department of Energy on negotiating additional agreements globally.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Seth. To add to this, for NNSA to Jessica, what is your department's role in implementing the 123 agreements through the administrative arrangements?
Yes, Alex. So to add, NNSA provides the statutorily mandated assistance, technical assistance to the Department of State-led negotiation of 123 agreements. We're also the agency that's responsible for implementing, as you said, through the administrative arrangement. Modern 123 agreements include a requirement for the appropriate authorities of the parties, so the U.S. and partner countries, to establish an administrative arrangement, which provides for the effective implementation of the 3 agreement. The AA shares and the understandings and practices that the implementing authorities will take with regards to obligations tracking and reporting. And so it contains the aspects of the principles you may be familiar with fungibility, equivalence, and proportionality, as well as notifications for transfers and an annual report concerning the inventories of obligated nuclear material and items. So again, NNSA leads the implementation of 123 agreements through the administrative arrangements, which we call AAs, and we do it in close coordination with State Department and the NRC.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Very well. Those 3 principles that you just mentioned are fantastic. And if anybody has questions on them, I think that your office is the perfect one to be coordinated anytime that there's questions related to that. I would say for Barry, I would like to ask, what role does the NRC have in export licenses issued pursuant to such agreements as well?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so NRC's role is as the main export licensing authority for nuclear material, equipment, and components. So the tangible things that commodities that you can touch that are required to be subject to the obligations of a 123 agreement. So the way I like to think about it is that the 123 agreement itself it's a government-to-government agreement, right? So the exporting companies aren't necessarily part of that agreement, and the export license is sort of like what links these companies is a nexus to the agreement for these companies that are exporting. So when an exporter applies for an export license, they have to list what commodity they're proposing to export, the quantity, the end use, and the end user, including what country that is in. And for those items, as Seth said, like nuclear fuel, reactors, that must be licensed pursuant to a 123 agreement, we'll then actually work with NNSA and State Department to review those applications, but then also go to that foreign government based on the requirements of that 123 agreement to get that foreign government's assurances that when they receive these items, they will make those items or material subject to the obligations that are in that government-to-government agreement. And so that's what helps impose those non-proliferation requirements that Seth mentioned to ensure that when a U.S. exporter exports to this foreign country authorized by the NRC, that when that foreign government receives it, it'll be used for the intended peaceful purpose. So that's really how I like to think of the way that the exporters, through that license, exercise the use of that 123 agreement.
Thank you, Barry. You made a great point stressing that these are government-to-government agreements. And the U.S. is currently aiming to pursue 20 new of these agreements and negotiating the expiring ones. So Seth, what are some of the State Department's key strategies for identifying and engaging these new partners?
Thanks, Laura. It's a great question. So yeah, and I guess just to provide overall context on that 20 number as well. So it's pulled from an executive order that the president issued last May. This is Executive Order 14299 on deploying advanced nuclear reactor technology for national security. And it specifically tasks my department, the Department of State, with negotiating 20 new 123 agreements and renegotiating expiring agreements set to expire in the next decade. So the second half of that list is easy to identify because we have a list of our current agreements in force. So we've identified the agreements that are expiring the next decade, and we are actively engaged in pursuing renewals for all of those agreements consistent with the president's guidance. The 20 new 123 agreements, it's been more of a process in identifying who those partners should be. So we do that. We've done that in a fairly systematic way. And what I would say is we look at a number of different criteria. Obviously, this is done in conversation with our colleagues at the Department of Energy, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, as well as the National Security Council at the White House, and other relevant agencies, the Commerce Department, and other stakeholders as well. I think the starting point for looking at potential candidate countries for a 123 agreement is non-proliferation. And looking at the country's non-proliferation record, the Atomic Energy Act requires that we submit to the President and to the Congress accompanying every 123 agreement a non-proliferation, or I should say, a nuclear proliferation assessment statement. And so since we view these agreements as fundamentally aimed at advancing our non-proliferation values and norms and standards globally, we want to work with responsible partners. So I'd say that's at the outset, the first factor that we look at. Following that, I would say is an assessment of the ripeness of the market in the country, the civil nuclear sector, the deployment timelines for a particular partner, regulatory infrastructure, all the kind of criteria, and how close a particular partner is to actually deploying nuclear energy and thus ready for U.S. exports. We also engage heavily with industry and focus on U.S. industry engagement. So where is industry looking to export? What opportunities do they see? And so that is a key factor, since the primary goal of this, in addition to advancing non-proliferation standards globally, is promoting U.S. exports internationally. I would also put other bilateral considerations as a large basket as well. So we view these civil nuclear cooperation partnerships globally really are an opportunity. Well, they're multi-decade strategic partnerships, and so they're really an opportunity to lay the groundwork for something that we think can be enduring and strengthen our bilateral partnerships globally. So we view it from a foreign policy perspective as well as a tool in our toolkit. So we engage regularly with our embassies and members of our regional bureaus at the State Department to determine where economic opportunity and foreign policy goals also line up. So that's a little bit of the process. We do have a notional target list in terms of our 20 new countries for 123 agreements, but we are constantly adapting that based on new data points and input from partners, from industry, and whatnot. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Jessica, to shift the conversation back a little bit more to AAs, how does the accuracy and reliability of the accounting and reporting of obligated nuclear material under AAs support all of these initiatives?
Yes, Laura. So as you mentioned, AAs, that is a cornerstone on how we implement 123 agreements. And when it's the understanding shared between the implementing agencies, it provides a way to identify and report on obligated nuclear material where there might be a need to exercise consent rights, something that Seth mentioned that contained in 123 agreements, and based on U.S. law, a country needs to get U.S. consent for retransfers, reprocessing, enrichment, and storage. And so with the AAs, it describes the meaningful way to identify that. So you have to know what you have to be able to exercise those consent rights. So the AAs provide the United States and the partner countries confidence that the nuclear material is being tracked properly. And, working with NMMS, who's very critical, all the 741 data that the NMMS community submits to NMMS is what we use to provide information and implement our AAs. And so engaging with NMMS from my office and then the data that is submitted to NMMS, it helps us meet our responsibilities under the AAs. So I hope that's it. Thank you.
I would first and foremost, for sure, between NRC, OIP, Department of State, and NNSA, NMMS, our data is you guys that meet, and that is one of the goals for sure. Just for the group, from your organization's perspective, and this is for all three of you, how do 123 agreements help the U.S. expand U.S. advanced reactor deployments? How are the agreements adapting to the new fuel types, supply chains, and safeguards considerations as everything is evolving? And I think anything that would be provided would be wonderful. I'll shift it to you first, Seth.
Sure, I'll just offer some top line comments on this and turn to allow Jessica and Barry to add additional context. I mean, generally, 123 agreements are legally required before we can export any reactor. So an advanced reactor or a standard light water moderated reactor. They're obviously intended to lay the legal framework for our ability to license those exports and ensure that U.S. material is used in U.S. material and technology and equipment are used in a way that is consistent with U.S. interests internationally. We're obviously always looking at our 123 agreements and our negotiations on 123 agreements in the context of technological developments. Obviously, the industry is evolving fast, and the advent of advanced reactors and advanced reactor fuel cycles is causing us to constantly come back to our standard agreements and confirm that they're fit for purpose in addressing kind of our non-proliferation concerns and enabling the kind of commercial cooperation. So that's a day-to-day effort for us. And so we're constantly engaged. Ultimately, the fundamental legal requirements of a 123 agreement are set by U.S. law, and so those haven't changed. But we are constantly looking in our 123 practice on how we can update our negotiations and agreements to address technological developments.
Thank you so much, Seth. Barry?
Yeah, I think part of it especially from a licensing perspective, part of the beauty of the 123 agreements is that they are generally broad framework agreements that can allow for any number of nuclear exports, including advanced reactors, including new fuel types. So even for the agreements that have been enforced for many years, they don't put restrictions on the type of reactor, right? So even though traditionally most of the deployed reactors are light water and heavy water reactors globally, our 123 agreements don't restrict to only those. So they still create a framework to export some advanced reactors that are being developed, including different types of fuel, whether that's like triso particles or just a traditional oxide fuel, things of that nature, including low enriched uranium up to below 20%, could be exported under a 123 agreement. So I think in a lot of ways the agreements already allow for that potential. From the licensing perspective, I think I'll add, and especially for the audience here, if there are some advanced reactor vendors or those that are still developing their designs, I think it would be useful to think about the safeguards aspects for your reactor design, as well as physical protection, especially if you're considering some unique deployment scenarios where it may not be a traditional, like a large light water reactor installed, with the, perimeter, and as we traditionally think about reactors. And the reason I say that is because those are two of our licensing criteria for exports. That safeguards can be, IAEA safeguards can be applied, and adequate physical protection consistent with the guidelines in INFCIRC 225, Rev 5 can be applied. So I think it's important to think about those aspects at the design phase to ensure that we can meet those criteria when it comes time to license and export of a reactor to a foreign destination. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. We really appreciate those insights. Jessica, just to pull around the group.
Oh, yeah, sure. So yeah, with considerations to new fuel types or advanced reactor designs, using, like Barry said, TRISO particles or HALEU, one of the things we think about is the accounting, and that's something the United States, other supplying governments, and the IAEA are paying close attention to. So as these matters evolve, we may need to amend the administrative arrangement or draft new ones with considerations to approaching how we do the accounting for nuclear material. So, like, as of now, we all consider, people talk about HALEU, but under the definitions of our 123 agreements, they are still considered. For a change in how we may draft those 123 agreements based on some kind of recommendations or consensus from the IAEA or what's going on in the world, those things would be reflected as well in our implementation. So, lots of interesting things in that area.
You got that right. Well, I'll hand it over to you for the next one.
Thank you all for those responses. It's very insightful to see how each agency plays into this process. So beyond the initial 123 agreement, how do your agencies continue to actively support U.S. nuclear exporters? And I'll open the floor to whoever would like to answer first.
Sure. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Barry, if you want.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say I could just jump in and say, NRC is the licensing agency. So how do we support U.S. nuclear exporters? I would say ask us questions. We have a generic sort of email address. If you have export related questions, it's IP, which stands for international programs, not intellectual property, but ip.resource@nrc.gov. And you can send any export related questions there, whether you're contemplating a certain thing, trying to understand if it falls under our jurisdiction or the Department of Commerce's jurisdiction, who I know is not on this panel, but sometimes there are certain exports that it may appear to be in a gray zone, but we don't dual regulate. It'll be exports will only be regulated by a single government agency. And so I would say that's the main way that we can support nuclear exporters is to have that open communication. Because I know from an exporter perspective, you want to be in compliance with the law. From an export licensing authority perspective, we want you to be in compliance. So we're happy to work together on any of those questions to make sure we're going down the right path.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Seth, did you have something you'd like to add?
Sure. Yeah. So from the perspective of the State Department, we made a significant goal in line with the executive orders to promote American nuclear exports globally. And so we do that in several different ways. I would say just and generally in diplomatic outreach, obviously, particularly in markets where a U.S. company has advocacy through the Commerce Department approved. We are engaged regularly with partner governments and stakeholders in promoting U.S. companies for opportunities globally. Obviously, the 123 agreements are the legal framework under which we license, or under which that cooperation can take place. And so we're engaged diplomatically in those negotiations as well. Programmatically, the State Department is engaged significantly, primarily through our foundational infrastructure for the responsible use of small modular reactor technology program. It's a long acronym, I know. But FIRST is a great program that was launched in 2019 during President Trump's first term. It's engaged with about 55 countries on 5 continents, and has, I think, had over $100 million in funding announced to date. This is a program that works cooperatively with partner countries to promote strong safety, security, and operation standards globally, and lay the groundwork for countries to eventually deploy small modular reactors in the future. So it's a great program that has benefits for our bilateral relationships globally, and also lays the groundwork, hopefully, for U.S. exports in the future in key markets across the world. We also have a key role in the licensing process and supporting, obviously, Department of Energy and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the Department of Commerce in licensing exports. So the State Department is very focused on doing all these things in a expedient and fulsome way.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Jessica?
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that NNSA supporting U.S. Nuclear exporters can go beyond just transfers of nuclear materials. So DOE has the statutory responsibility for authorizing the transfers of nuclear technology. So one of the things that having a 123 agreement is a factor in for the Secretary of Energy to generally authorize, for generally authorized activities to kind of make it easier for U.S. companies to engage with potential opportunities in these partner countries. So just kind of wanted to mention we help also on the technology in addition to nuclear material exports, sorry. But thank you.
So we have one last question. How can the domestic implementation processes, particularly the communication and data exchanges between Department of State, NNSA, NRC, and U.S. facilities be harmonized to accelerate approvals and tracking for civil nuclear exports and imports?
So I'm happy to go first on this
Yeah,
question.
I was going right for you, Jessica. So thank you.
Yeah, so under our administrative arrangement, NNSA receives information about transfers from its counterpart implementing agency, which they receive from their facility. So it's kind of the U.S., those who are looking to export, they will provide that information to one of the agencies, and then for our foreign counterparts, it's same as the facility they're reporting to whoever their agency there are for transfers. So sometimes the information we get from those governments are very limited. So it's really helpful when we either have, a DOE liaison or the NRC liaison reach out to you about getting more information that other than what's supplied on these notifications we get from the governments. In addition, kind of with exports, I know that we rely on information on, and I know Barry will touch on this, about information from NRC export license applications. Sometimes it's helpful for us to kind of expedite our views in views for NRC to issue those licenses if there's more details about the percentages of the obligations that you want to export. Let me think, in use, if it's more clear what the in use is. So it helps us when we communicate to those receiving obligated nuclear material to get an understanding so that we're able to provide approval or provide the assurances that are requested, and vice versa when a country asks for assurances. So I would just say sometimes it's helpful if we can engage, or those liaisons can engage with you and get additional information, and it kind of helps make our lives a little bit easier and get things done a little faster.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Really appreciate it. Barry or Seth?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add on, since Jessica mentioned, the NRC side of things. So yeah, NRC Form 7, that's the application for an NRC export license. Box 11, right, asks you to list any foreign obligations. on the material or whatever's being exported. So yeah, as Jessica said, it's really important to give us that information and be accurate, because what that kicks us off to do is whether we have to meet obligations with other partners that are listed there to get their consent. It's not before we can authorize that transfer to, say, a third country. So it's not always, the process for export licensing is not entirely in-house within NRC. There are a lot of external touch points, including with foreign governments when there are foreign obligations on the material. So I'll just, like Jessica said, being accurate with the foreign obligations that are on any material, and then end use quantities, because those are questions that we may get from our foreign partners if it's not clear on the application. Thank you.
Really appreciate this. And also, as when people have questions about foreign obligations and what are the codes, and they'll be seeing this throughout the NMMSS technical exchange this year too, but we have, if there's any questions about the application of how to report these foreign obligations, you can always contact NMMSS for the full listing at any time, as it's continuously updated. So I just wanted to add that in. I wanted to go to Seth if you had anything else to add.
Thanks, Alex. Nothing to add on the last question.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I just really want to appreciate you guys taking this time. And this was wonderful. With everything that's emerging, this is an exciting time, and showing our interagency, our cooperation and communication. I really appreciate this. And once again, for the audience, if there are any questions for any of the panelists, please do submit the questions to myself, Michelle Romano. Barry, he listed a fantastic list of who to contact if there are questions as well. But if we hope to get your questions answered eventually within this event, but if not, we will be sure to address them sooner than later. So I just want to thank you all for being here with us and participating.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Following the previous panel addressing the nuclear cooperation agreements and their strategic role in promoting U.S. exports, I am now joined by Genevieve Weaver, a NMMSS analyst, where to complement the previous panelist conversation, Genevieve is kind enough to discuss with us some high-level information related to the nuclear materials foreign obligations reporting to NMMSS. Thank you, Genevieve, for being here with us. And if you could please introduce yourself to the community for those that are new within us.
Sure. Hi, I'm Genevieve. I've been with NMMSS since 2019. The audience may know me from typical reporting issues, but with respect to foreign obligations, I am the Euratom and United Kingdom country officer. So
thank you for being with us.
Yeah.
So let's dive into some questions that will help our audience better understand the complexities of foreign obligations, particularly regarding the reporting to NMMSS. So the first question, during the previous panel discussion, the Department of State Seth Maddox mentioned that the U.S. government currently has numerous agreements in force concerning obligated nuclear material. Could you elaborate on what the reporting of obligated nuclear material signifies and why the reporting to NMMSS is so crucial?
Sure. So obligated material is the material that's flagged with codes in the NMMSS system to support the 123 agreements. As stated in the previous panel, these agreements are the primary U.S. framework that established the legal basis for transferring nuclear material, equipment, and technology, which is tracked by NMMSS. The obligation flag means that the imported foreign material is to be used domestically for peaceful use only. And one of the roles of NMMS is to track the obligated material through the domestic fuel cycle. We track the transfers in and out of the US by the foreign reported notifications and import-export transactions reported by the domestic facilities. Domestically, obligations are tracked by transaction reporting that shows transfers of obligated material and processes that the associated material incurs throughout the nuclear fuel cycle, like whether that be decay or production or blending, etc. So capturing and reconciling both the foreign government notification data and the domestic activity helps to ensure that we are tracking the foreign material from import into the US through the nuclear life cycle and properly reporting trees of obligation on a monthly and annual basis to confirm that the US is adhering to the 123 agreements.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So with that information, how can personnel at a site or facility readily identify if the nuclear material data they are reviewing has foreign obligations attached to it?
So NMMS finds that we're seeing a lot of turnover and a lot of new facilities popping up every day. And with every instance, we find that it's a chance to explain the importance of foreign obligations and how to report to NMMS. So the facilities themselves are responsible for tracking and reporting the obligation quantities to NMMS. And as we just discussed, the NRC and NNSA require the licensees and sites to accept formal assurances on the foreign obligated material they receive in order to satisfy those bilateral agreements. The facilities importing the material would receive a copy of the prior notification from the foreign government via the NRC or NSA, and the facility would subsequently report the import of the material on a 741 transaction to NMMS. So they would be notified at those times. For domestic transfers, facilities would see the initial receipt of the obligations on the obligation section of the 741 form from the transfer from the originating facility domestically. And the obligations in that section would tie to the material that's reported on the detail lines of the form. Additionally, NMMS has several foreign obligation reports that can support the MCNA at each facility. We also routinely review obligations during the annual reconciliation process for the reported facility inventory. So they'll know that they have obligations.
So that actually leads into the next question, which is when material subject to foreign obligation is inbound, how does NMMS support the coordinating of the communication of these requests for obligations to ensure that receiving sites or the facilities can appropriately accept the assurances?
Yeah, so I just kind of mentioned NMMS receives a record of the foreign communication from the foreign government and to the US, and subsequently the NRC sends that to the receiving licensee, and NMMS retains a copy of that exchange where the licensee says that they're accepting assurances on the material. And then likewise, the NNSA performs the request for assurances through notices to industry for the DOE sites.
Could you explain the mechanisms by which NMMS monitors foreign obligated material, particularly concerning the inventory changes often reported on the Form DOE NRC 741, the reconciliation efforts on the Form DOE NRC 742?
Sure. So the mechanisms by which NMMS monitors foreign obligated material would be the codes used to report the countries of obligation, the codes that reflect the material form and state, and processes that the material undergoes. These codes are specifically the obligation codes used on transactions, the composition codes for the material that the obligations are applied to, and the use codes or inventory change type codes that inform us what type of process the material has undergone. So the codes help dictate how to apply the obligation principles established in the administrative arrangements, which include the principles of proportionality, equivalence, and fungibility. So these types of inventory changes are captured on transactional data, and the end balance of obligations at the end of the period are reported as a sum total for each obligation code on the material balance, or Form 742, as you mentioned. So when we complete an annual reconciliation, the total quantity of material in the inventory must cover the total obligations reported, as the obligations should tie to the actual material at the facility.
Thank you. And that was a lot of the mechanisms that you just mentioned.
Yes.
So we do have our Wednesday and Thursday portion where Mitch will be going further into these details as well. So thank you very much for that. To the next question, within NMMS, what are the key functions of foreign obligation reporting and accounting? As Jessica Norrells from NNSA highlighted in the previous panel, NMMS actively supports her office efforts in implementing associated administrative arrangements. Could you expand on NMMS's specific support role in this context?
So the previously mentioned obligation principles are the key functions of foreign obligation reporting. They reflect the changes that the obligated materials are subject to through the nuclear fuel cycle, and NMMS tracks these changes and reports this data to NNSA, and they subsequently report back to the foreign nations. Generally, the principle of proportionality should be applied to physical, chemical, and irradiation processes, and equivalency and fungibility need to be considered when completing obligation swaps and implementing the practice of pool accountancy. As an example of the importance of applying the principles laid out in the administration, let's take the process of downblending enriched uranium, for example. So let's say we're blending 20% obligated HEU with unobligated natural uranium. This would require reporting the U-235 content as a constant obligated quantity, and the ratio of the increased element weight of the LEU produced would be 20% obligated. The obligations are now representative of the material they are applied to and reflect the material weight percent. Notably, the annual reconciliation of foreign obligated material is reported in terms of LEU and HEU quantities across the fuel cycle to the foreign nations. So if U.S. facilities did not use the principle of proportionality when processing materials, the obligation quantities would remain constant throughout the life cycle of the material, and you would not see any change in LEU or HEU obligations when reporting annually to each country. This would be a signifier that the U.S. is not properly following the principles laid out in the administrative arrangements. Also, with new fuel development, we are seeing obligated materials go to different types of facilities that have not possessed obligations before, and the material is undergoing some new processes. So in these cases, NMMS works in conjunction with the MCNA teams at those facilities to ensure the reported data reflects the processes that the materials undergo. This includes ensuring that the obligation principles are properly taken into account. Also, we simultaneously consult with NNSA, Jessica's office, and seek approval for the appropriate application of the governing obligation principles. So, it has to be approved, and with the new application for processes that we have not seen obligations.
And I think that
you were before. Yeah.
For sure. And I think you are bringing, that was a perfect example. And I think with the new developments happening too, if there's any questions on this matter, I think it really is important to know that NMMS is here and we all work together to make sure that everything is answered. So
Yes.
yeah. Could you explain the distinction between a single and a layered obligation, and why this differentiation is important within NMMS?
Sure. So another facet that makes obligation reporting more complex is that materials can be obligated to more than one country. This means that NMMS will be tasked with tracking these materials and creating monthly reports of the foreign countries that the material is layered with. And so as an example of how layers are gained, is say material mined in Australia gets converted in the US, is enriched in France, and goes through a Japanese reactor head. So it becomes layered with each new country obligation as it goes through those processes. And it would end up being, in this case, Australia, Euratom, and Japan obligated. So as these layers build upon the material, each of the countries are notified as the materials tracked across the globe through foreign government notifications. When the material is reported domestically, we have sets of codes to report these various layers on both transactions and the annually reconciled material balance reports. So on this slide, you can see the two sets of codes, or a few of them, to report obligations on those two forms, the 741 for transactions and the 742 for the material balance.
Perfect. And just to follow on to that, could you explain the purpose and the rationale behind having the two distinct codes for foreign obligations, the singled or the layered, specifically highlighting their application in transactions versus the material balance?
Yeah. So the reason behind the strictly numeric foreign obligation codes used on transaction reporting versus the alphanumeric codes used on the material balance reporting is so that the transaction codes do not overlap with the material balance categories. So the transaction reporting for transaction reporting, the foreign obligation codes currently range from 31 through 99. However, the material balance form ties numeric entries of 8 through 82 to the use codes, or the inventory change type codes that are used on transactions. For instance, the material balance code 34 is a miscellaneous receipt of material, and code 65 indicates rounding was reported in the period, but those codes for the obligations may already be used for the transactions by the numeric list. So
Making it unique makes it.
yeah, it makes it more unique. So the MBR foreign obligation codes range from 85 and up, and they also include those alphanumeric codes such as A2, D5, or F2 to avoid overlapping with those transactional codes, and to allow the MBR to tie to the use codes that are reported on transactions. If you need an updated list for the obligation codes, please contact NMMS and we'll provide it to you.
As NMMS is continuously keeping that up to date.
Yeah.
Yes. To conclude, for the last question, from your perspective as a NMMS analyst, what do you consider the common challenge in managing foreign obligations? What strategy does NMMS employ to effectively overcome it?
So I think just the inconsistent nature of obligations accounting information reaching all the relevant parties presents a significant management challenge for facilities possessing the materials. I mean, if they're not familiar with foreign obligations to begin with, and they suddenly get foreign obligations and they don't know what to do with them. So with the emergence also of a new variety of facilities receiving obligated material, I think we'll see that more often. So the facilities charged with the daily nuclear material accountancy and reporting activities may need increased assistance with understanding how to report the processes to NMMS with respect to obligations, especially. So NMMS continues efforts to ensure the basic principles are followed according to the actual application in the nuclear fuel cycle, including, from mining and milling, conversion, enrichment processes, and the use of the materials at power reactors. And we'll continue to do that. But I wanted to let the community know that NMMS routinely does one-on-one consultations. So if you ever have the need even for issues other than obligation questions, we can set up a meeting, or alternatively, we have the NMMS training courses for the U.S. nuclear operators. You can attend throughout the year. We send out a newsletter with the schedule on it. So if you also want to be signed up for the newsletter, you could email the NMMS inbox for that.
Perfect. And there's about 6 a year. So there's options for it being in person in different locations within the US, or virtual options as well. And especially with the workshops, we can also, if it is desired, we can coordinate some on-site, have NEMIS analysts come and actually sit down with them too, or them come to Germantown or Albuquerque location.
Whatever you need. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time and shedding light on all the critical work that NEMIS does in managing foreign obligations and reporting. And thank you to our audience for your attention. Should you have any further questions regarding foreign reporting of foreign obligations, you can contact NEMIS. You see the NEMIS at nnsa.doe.gov. So this will conclude our question and answers. Thanks so much.
Welcome back from the break. That was a really insightful panel on the 123 agreements, as well as the importance of foreign obligations tracking and NMMS. To underscore the importance of these, I just want to add the wording from the executive order that they referenced. In Executive Order 14299, the President tasked the Department of State to, quote, aggressively pursue at least 20 new 123 agreements by the close of the 120th Congress to enable the U.S. nuclear industry to access new markets in partner countries. So when you all are entering foreign obligations data in a 741, that ties directly back to implementing these legally binding bilateral agreements. Now, as a reminder from this morning from Loida, she stated this morning that all of these recordings will be available within 2 weeks of the technical exchange completion. This will occur when NMMSS sends out an email announcement to everybody registered for the event. And now we will have Dr. Sam Shrell's presentation on Californium-252 production.
Samantha Shrell. I'm the Californium-252 Program Manager at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and the Glenn T. Seaborg Director. Today I'm pleased to present at the 30th Annual NMMSS User Technical Exchange. So today I'm largely going to be focusing on Californium-252 production. But before I get started, I'd like to tell you about the history of heavy elements at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Like any good scientist, I can't start a talk without showing a picture of the periodic table. And I think for this talk it's very important. So we're going to be focusing on the actinide series. For those of you that aren't familiar with what the actinides are, they are the green block at the bottom of the periodic table. But one thing I wanted to point out is our periodic table didn't always look like this. In fact, in 1941, it looked more like this. It wasn't until Glenn T. Seaborg himself, who, if you're not familiar with him, he's a very famous scientist. He discovered over 100 isotopes on the periodic table and even has an element named after him. He discovered that the actinides at the time, thorium through plutonium, their electrons were behaving very similar to the lanthanides, cerium through lutetium. That's when he proposed moving those actinides below the lanthanides and calling them the actinide series. One thing you will notice is at this time, we had only discovered up through plutonium. So for those of you that aren't familiar with how we discovered some of the actinides, I'm going to walk through that really quickly. So plutonium was first discovered by taking a target of uranium-238 to the 60-inch cyclotron at the University of California, Berkeley. For those of you that aren't familiar with the calutron, it is a particle accelerator. So here they're trying to hit a target, in this case uranium-238, with deuterons to make a new element. And in fact, in 1940 they did. They made plutonium-238. Now, a lot of exciting things happened after that, but they were still very passionate in learning about new isotopes and elements and how they could be helpful for people in society on the periodic table. So the next two, americium and curium, posed quite a challenge. That's for two main reasons. One, all of the chemistry and detectors they had at the time, they were pretty new. They were discovering these elements for the first time, and radiation in general wasn't really that well understood. So they were developing detector technology at this time. They also thought that the chemistry of americium and curium would be very similar to plutonium. Today we know that that's not necessarily the case. So they actually discovered curium first instead of americium. So for curium, they took a plutonium-239 target and bombarded it with helium atoms. This is how they made curium-242. Here, they actually discovered americium-241 by plutonium-239 that was in a reactor. It was being bombarded with neutrons, and they were able to make americium-241. After the war had ended and the scientists went back to their respective laboratories, this is when berkelium and californium were discovered. But the hard part about discovering these two elements wasn't necessarily their chemistry or the detector technology, but it was really the fact that they needed to make targets using americium and curium. The curium target was only micrograms in size, and they said that they only had about 5,000 atoms of californium when they discovered californium-245. So that's really impressive. But this really pinpoints one of their issues, was that how do they make significant quantities of these elements so they could study their fundamental chemistry and physics to figure out what they were useful for. This is when they decided to take targets of plutonium-239 and put them into the Materials Testing Reactor, or the MTR, at Idaho. They decided this was the best way that they could make significant quantities of these trans-plutonium elements. Now, the plutonium samples were actually made at Los Alamos. They made about 100 of these plutonium napkin ring samples, which you can see in the picture here. These samples were then shipped to the MTR and irradiated. However, one thing to point out here is that it was estimated that 1 gram of plutonium-239 would only yield 0.1 micrograms of some of the trans-plutonium elements that they were interested in after 4 years of irradiation. So that's not that much for a very long time in the reactor. However, along came Mike. So for those of you that aren't familiar, IB Mike was the first ever thermal nuclear test conducted at the Marshall Islands. Its detonation was equivalent to 10 million tons of TNT, so a very big boom. If you can imagine that anything good came from this, we were able to collect samples from neighboring islands and from airplane filters and ship them back to the US. We were able to do some chemical separations and discover a lot of new isotopes and a few new elements too. So elements 94 through 100, which is plutonium through fermium. And this was the first time that a very unique isotope was discovered, californium-252. At the same time, those MTR samples were irradiated for a total of 6 years, and they also had about 30 micrograms of californium-252. This was really the first time when people noticed that californium-252 was a very unique isotope, like nothing they had ever seen on the periodic table before, because it had this very unique spontaneous fission property. So if you don't know what I mean by that, californium gives off 2.3 times 10 to the 12 neutrons per second per gram. So for a very small amount of material, it gives off as much neutrons as a small reactor. So that's a pretty unique quality. This was when the Atomic Energy Commission at the time started the Californium-252 Market Evaluation Program. The purpose of this was to stimulate growth and demand for californium-252 and also assess how much they needed to make to keep up with the demand that they were stimulating. This started at Savannah River Site in the 1960s. They were able to do a lot of really cool things, like training series, demonstration centers. They had a lot of seminars, and they also started the Californium Loan Program. This is where they were able to give californium at a very low cost if you could prove you were using it for education, research, or medical applications. However, we still needed a reactor to be able to make significant quantities of things like californium. This is when Glenn T. Seaborg came back into the picture. He advocated to the Atomic Energy Commission chairman at the time, Lewis Strauss, who you might remember from the Oppenheimer movie, that a very high flux reactor be built at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And that's because Oak Ridge has a long-standing expertise in designing very unique reactors. And in fact, in 1965, the high flux isotope reactor, also known as HIFER, went critical for the very first time. HIFER has the highest steady state thermal flux, and it has 2.1 times 10 to the 15 neutrons per centimeter square second thermal neutrons, which is important for those heavy elements. It's the brightest cold neutron source in the world and typically delivers 6 to 7 cycles a year. Today, HIFER supports missions far beyond isotope production, but for the purpose of this talk, we're going to focus on isotope production. Alongside HIFER is the Radiochemical Engineering and Development Center, also known as REDC. REDC first came online in 1966 to support targets that were being put into HIFER and to support the chemical processing that happens after the targets are irradiated. REDC consists of 2 buildings that have heavily shielded hot cells. In these hot cells, we also have manipulator arms that are used to handle the material to keep our technicians safe. Here you can see one of our technicians using a manipulator arm. These are all tape driven, as in the hot cells there are high radiation fields and everything electronic gets killed. Here you can see the tape-driven mechanism of the manipulators as well as the hot cell window. Our hot cell windows are layered leaded glass and mineral oil in about 5 feet of distance from the technician here back to the hot cell. Today at Oak Ridge, we have a wide variety of isotopes we make, both stable and radio. Here's a snapshot of our radioisotope portfolio. However, for the majority of this talk, we're just going to be focusing on californium, which is seen up in blue, as well as some of the other elements that are made alongside californium. A lot of these heavy elements have major impacts on general science as we know it. So super heavy elements, which I'll talk about more in the next slide, as well as basic physics and chemistry research. These elements are used for nuclear properties, nuclear reactions, understanding structure and bonding, and I think it's really important to point out that we don't know much about these elements. Being able to study them and learn more teaches us more about how they interact in the environment, so things related to nuclear waste and environmental concerns. Oak Ridge has been a part of 9 super heavy element discoveries in the past by either making the target material or by both making the target material and the targets themselves. The most recent one was in 2010 when we made the berkelium itself and the berkelium targets that were used to make element 117, named Tennessine, after our state of Tennessee. Here I wanted to point out why feedstock, also known as our starting material, is so important. Today, if we started with plutonium-239 like they did back when they irradiated targets in the MTR, we would lose over 64% of that material to fission losses. That's a lot of material to lose when you just put it into the reactor. You will notice as you go across the periodic table, from plutonium to americium to curium, those fission losses become less and less. Today, our feedstock consists of curium, both light curium, which is defined as curium-244, and heavy curium, which is defined as curium-246 and 248. This curium is really important to us both producing californium-252 and other heavy elements such as berkelium, einsteinium, and fermium. Now to get back to californium-252 and its uses today. So californium-252, as I've told you, is a very good neutron source, but it has a relatively short half-life, so only 2.6 years. It is used in a multitude of applications. So here I have a californium tree of uses. This was developed during that market evaluation program. They use californium for a lot of different things, everything from heat sources to treat cancer to oil well logging. Today, californium is primarily used in prompt neutron activation analysis, as well as to start nuclear reactors. It can be used to have a safe kickstart of neutrons when reactors have been down for an extended period of time or are coming up for the very first time. This is why it's playing such a critical role in our world today with our nuclear renaissance. It's also used in port security. It's used in radiography for detecting cracks in large infrastructure such as bridges, and as a source calibration. Here at Oak Ridge, we're part of a global market. So there are only 2 reactors in the entire world that can make significant quantities of californium-252. That's our high flux isotope reactor and the SM3 reactor in Russia. So over the course of the last few years, we've had a lot of pressure put on us to be the sole supplier of californium to the Western world. Now I'm going to walk you through californium production at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. This first flow sheet, we're going to focus on the first hot cell building, which you saw videos of a couple slides ago. This is called 7920. First, we'll start with target fabrication, and then we'll move into chemical processing. So to make targets, we have to have an oxide that we actually put into those targets. So the first step is microsphere preparation. Here, what you're looking at is a column or a big quartz tube that has Dowex resin in it. You can think of this resin as a solid phase that californium, or in this case curium, likes to attach to. It then gets dried to a residue and then burned to an oxide. If you're interested, I've shown the heat profile here that we use. Curium is also very unique in that when you turn off the lights in the hot cell, which you'll see in a second, it actually glows. This is a very unique property of phosphorescence that curium has, and it makes it very unique to this process. After we've made the oxide that then gets put into our targets, we then have to press little pellets. So up in the picture there, you can see a little pellet. It has an aluminum jacket. It has curium oxide blended with aluminum powder. And then those pellets, around 34 of them, are stacked into a target rod. At the bottom here, you can see a cutaway of what our target rod looks like. Those little red things are the pellets, the 35 of them that get stacked in that target rod. They do all of the welding, hydrostatic compression, shroud installation, all in the hot cell. Once those targets are made, we ship them in a big cask down to Heifer, and they get put in the very center of the reactor called the flux trap. They stay in the flux trap for around 4 to 6 cycles before they're finished with irradiation. We have to wait 90 days for a specific isotope, iodine-131, to decay. I'm also showing here the difference in cycles in HYFER versus the californium that we make using our light curium versus our heavy curium. So this just gives you an idea of, again, how much that feedstock we have really matters. So we'd much prefer to have that heavy curium to make our californium-252. From here, we've gone through target fabrication, HYFER irradiation, and now these targets are shipped back to our hot cells at 7920. After they're shipped back, they get put one by one into our dissolver tank. Our dissolver has sodium hydroxide in it, which conveniently dissolves away aluminum and leaves all of our fission products behind. After they get dissolved up in nitric acid, and then we go to our first separation, which is called the Kleenex extraction. The Kleenex extraction is a biphasic extraction. Here I've shown a picture of what that means. If you've never been familiar with a biphasic extraction, you can think of oil and water and how they separate. That's essentially what's happening here too. We have an organic phase, you can think of your oil. This sits on top of the water phase, which is on the bottom. In that organic phase, we have this molecule called TODGA that selectively grabs all of our actinides and rare earth metals and pulls them into that organic phase. It separates them away from all the fission products that then get left in the water phase. We can then back extract them out and have our actinides and lanthanides free of fission products. Here's a video of our chemical processing happening in the hot cells. So all the chemical processing, the separations, the columns, the biphasic extractions, all of these happen in the heavily shielded hot cells. Here you can see we're pouring liquid into a different vial. This might seem like a trivial task to someone on a benchtop doing chemistry, but in the hot cells this is actually very difficult. It takes our technicians over 3 years to become proficient at doing this work. Even a simple task such as screwing on a cap can take a lot of practice and a lot of time. So now that we've extracted all the fission products away from our actinides and lanthanides, we go through another separation called lithium chloride anion exchange. From here, we take one of those big columns, once again, that has a solid phase. The solid phase is cation resin, specifically Dowex resin. Here we can stick all of our actinides and lanthanides to this resin and then get them off by using certain concentrations of chloride. So for example, if you wanted to get off your rare earths or your lanthanides, you'd use 10 molar lithium chloride. Then to get your americium and curium off, you use 9 molar lithium chloride. Last, to get your trans curium elements off, which is where most of our products are, we use 8 molar HCl. After this step, our americium and curium gets recycled back into our target fabrication mechanism. From there, our trans curium elements go on and further go through chemical processing. The next step is we need to separate these trans plutonium elements from one another. So we use a process called AHIB. This was actually developed by Greg Chopin at Florida State back in the day and still used in our hot cells about 60 years later. So in this process, we use alpha hydroxy isobutane called AHIB to selectively elute these trans plutonium elements off of a column. So again, the solid phase here is anion exchange resin. By varying that pH, we can selectively elute off our californium-252. After this, our berkelium, californium, einsteinium, and fermium have successfully been separated from one another. For our berkelium, einsteinium, and fermium, they go through different separation mechanisms that actually largely happen in glove boxes. But for californium, though now it's clean and chemically separated from everything, we now go on to the next part of californium production, which is called wire fabrication. Wire fabrication happens in a neighboring hot cell building, also in the RUDC complex, called 7930. 7930 is a little bit different. You'll see in some of the pictures that instead of the leaded glass and mineral oil windows, we actually have zinc bromide windows, which appear to be orange. In this facility, we're really only working with neutron emitters, so we don't have to worry about gamma radiation as much. So the first step, once our californium comes into this process is to do a co-precipitation. Before I talk about that co-precipitation, I think it's important to note that this process was first developed when they decided that having californium oxide sources was not very favorable. They decided having a dispersible oxide that you ship around the nation might not be the safest thing to do. So they decided to come up with a different process, which is called wire fabrication, where we essentially take californium, disperse it evenly in palladium metal, and then roll it out into a wire. And I'll walk you through that process now. From here, I'm going to walk you through the first step, which is co-precipitation. So I will note that all the pictures that I'm showing are from cold work that I actually did when I first came to the laboratory. That's just because getting pictures of all of this work being done in the hot cells is very difficult, and I'll show you a picture at the end. So the first step of this is to do a oxalate precipitation. This is pretty standard in the world of actinide chemistry. After that, we actually add hydrazine hydrate, which if you don't know what hydrazine is, it's used in rocket fuel, and it's also a really good reductant. This is important because the next thing we add is palladium tetramine dinitrate. This palladium gets reduced down to the metal form by that hydrazine, and you can see on this tube here, palladium likes to coat everything. So it nicely mirrors on the sides of the quartz all of the californium particles as well. This gives us an even distribution of palladium through our californium material. From here, we dry down that reaction and then press it into a pellet. To press it into a pellet, we use a pretty standard pellet press. We funnel our californium powder into a die set and then press it to about 500 psi for 1 minute. You can see that as that powder comes out, it's a nice shiny pellet that we can then easily transfer around in the hot cell. From here, we then have to melt that pellet. We do this using a high temperature furnace. The one you see here is the exact furnace that we have in the hot cell. The pellet goes in a glassy carbon crucible that's then nested in an alumina crucible, and we heat it to about 1540, 1550 degrees Celsius. That pellet then turns into this nice round BB. Now comes the tricky part. Now they have to take that pellet and roll it out using a jeweler's mill. So here you're seeing the jeweler's mill that's in our hot cell. And this is where I said it's pretty hard to see things that are going on here. So the jeweler's mill is a standard jeweler's mill that you can buy offline, and then we've retrofitted it to actually have a motor on it. They use a pair of tweezers and roll this little BB out into a very long wire to our customer's specifications. They can then cut that wire and assay it to determine how much californium is distributed through that wire. And that concludes the californium production. So far, RADC has conducted 81 successful radiochemical processing campaigns since the 1960s. We've produced berkelium, californium, einsteinium, and fermium, and these heavy elements will be produced for the foreseeable future. We're constantly looking for new production methods and separations so that we can improve these processes, because a lot of them are processes that haven't been improved in 60 years. Of course, I have to thank the actual team that does all this work. We have a lot of people that make this possible. So we have several shifts in Building 7930. We have AA, BB, CC, and DD, as well as our wire fabrication team shown in the middle, and our target fabrication team. We have a lot of people that are not pictured in this that also contribute a lot to this program. All of this work is supported by the Office of Science Isotope R&D and Production Program. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to give this talk. I can't stress the importance of nuclear material accounting enough, not only for safeguards and nonproliferation, commerce, but for peaceful uses of nuclear material.
Welcome back, everyone. We've now arrived at one of the most anticipated and rewarding parts of our exchange, celebrating excellence. Today, we have the distinct privilege of honoring the NMMS reporting community for its dedication and due diligence in ensuring accurate and timely reporting, which is not just commendable, but crucial to NMMS operations, and indeed to safeguards, safety, security, and advancement of the entire U.S. nuclear industry.
But first and foremost, we would like to shine a spotlight on some of the exceptional individuals whose vital engagements and contributions have made a profound impact, not only on NMMS operations, but also on the broader landscape of the nuclear industry. Their commitment has gone above and beyond, and we are thrilled to take this opportunity on the 30th annual mark to recognize their outstanding achievements. And now from the NRC, I have the distinct pleasure of announcing another truly well-deserved recognition within our community. I find it very fitting for the 30th annual Nuclear NMMS Technical Exchange that we celebrate the exceptional contributions of Ms. Maribel Shoemaker as the NRC recipient for the NMMS Individual Recognition. Maribel Shoemaker is known to most of you, if not all of you. Over the last decade, Maribel has been a cornerstone of the NMMS program in execution, outreach, and innovation. The absence of her leadership this year has certainly been noticed, but to her credit, she was requested to serve as an executive technical assistant, an ETA, in the NRC's Office of the Executive Director for Operations. And for some context within the NRC, our EDO is the highest level career staff member in the agency. In this role, she is providing her leadership at the agency level for the implementation of Executive Order 14300. She also supports our home office with her expertise at the agency level. In this role, Maribel Shoemaker is bringing her technical, analytical, and strategic programmatic skills. And now for more about NMMS. We all know Maribel is a skilled communicator and educator. She has led tutorials and briefings on key safeguards topics, such as the E1, E2 material categorization, and frequently provides expert input during teams discussions, safeguards interpretation, and NMMS reporting. Maribel is the NRC behind the scenes at the NRC to ensure NMMS is running smoothly. She is the lead for interagency financial and contract oversight for the NMMS system. Throughout her many roles, Maribel is being recognized today for her leadership in NMMS, which of course includes her proactive innovation, her problem solving, her analytical skills, and of course her shiny personality. Maribel, I want to thank you, and the NMMS community thanks you for the past decade of your commitment, and we hope for more engagement and fun in the NMMS community in the future.
I now have the distinct pleasure of announcing a truly well-deserved recognition within our community. At this year's 30th Annual Nuclear NMMS Technical Exchange, DOE NNSA celebrates the exceptional contributions of Mr. Jeff Allender and recognizes him with this year's NNSA NMMS Individual Recognition. Mr. Allender is an advisory scientist and program manager at the Savannah River National Laboratory, SRNL. He serves as an MCNA program manager as well. Mr. Allender has been a long-term NMMS advocate. His experience in MCNA implementation, policy oversight, and in project and program management continuously improves the ability for nuclear material management and NMMS to benefit from insights from site practices in order to better serve the reporting community. Mr. Allender's career at SRNL began in 1978. His early work involved crucial research on radioactive waste disposal, including evaluating geological repositories for long-term storage and developing technologies for reactor fuel fabrication and recycling, as well as broader materials management. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Allender has been key to several projects that directly benefit our shared mission within nuclear materials management. He has consistently engaged with nuclear material initiatives across various sites, including SRNL. Related to nuclear material disposition, Mr. Allender is a respected co-author on significant papers exploring potential disposition options for surplus DOE nuclear materials. His work has focused on identifying safe and efficient approaches for the disposition of excess nuclear materials, including bulk plutonium uranium oxides and unirradiated nuclear fuel components. Mr. Allender is also a dedicated member of the Board of Directors for Citizens of Nuclear Technology Awareness and is recognized as a champion level individual member, underscoring his commitment to advancing nuclear technology in his community. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Jeff Allender for his well-deserved recognition of his outstanding contributions and unwavering dedication to this and the broader nuclear security enterprise. His leadership and technical expertise continue to be invaluable. Thank you, Jeff.
To provide a structured and comprehensive recognition, the recipients will be addressed according to their geographical location within the 4 administrative divisions of the U.S. This reflects the image you see here: West, Central, Southeast, and Northeast. This approach ensures we recognize the localized achievements within the broader context of national nuclear material accountability. During the upcoming slide segment, our dedicated NMMSS analysts will proudly present each recognized facility and sites. With that, thank you so much.
Hello, this is Mitch. I will be presenting 2025 facility recognitions. Beginning with the Northeast region, Brookhaven National Laboratory, Connecticut Yankee Atomic Power Company, Defense Centers for Public Health Aberdeen, Dominion Nuclear Connecticut Incorporated, Environmental Health and Safety Service Department, Fluor Marine Propulsion LLC, Harvard University, Holtec Decommissioning International, LND Incorporated Engineering and Production, Maine Yankee Atomic Power Company, Miriam Technology Corporation, New York State University College, Nextera Energy, NIST Center for Neutron Research, North Star Nuclear Decommissioning Company LLC, Pennsylvania State University, Princeton University, PSEG Nuclear LLC, Rhode Island Atomic Energy Commission, Schenectady Critical Facility, Susquehanna Nuclear LLC, U.S. Military Academy, University of Albany SUNY, University of Maine, University of Maryland, University of Massachusetts Amherst, University of Massachusetts Lowell, University of Pittsburgh, Viola E.S. Aileron LLC, West Valley Demonstration Project, Westinghouse Electric Company LLC, Westinghouse Electric Corporation. From the Southeast, Yankee Atomic Electric Company, ADP CR3, BWXT Ordnance Tennessee, Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute, BWXT Nuclear Operations Group Incorporated, Centrus Energy Corporation, Clemson University Office of Research, Consolidated Nuclear Security Y12 LLC, Dominion Energy South Carolina, Duke Energy, East Carolina University, Eckert and Ziegler Analytics Incorporated, Energy Solutions Incorporated, Florida Power and Light Company, GE Global Laser, Standard Nuclear Incorporated, Teledyne Brown Engineering, Tennessee Valley Authority, Thomas Jefferson National Accelerator Facility, U.S. Department of the Commerce, U.S. U.S. Navy, U.S. Navy Munitions Command, CONUS, U.S. Navy Norfolk Naval Shipyard, UCOR LLC, Unitech Services Group Incorporated, University of Florida, University of Kentucky, University of North Carolina, University of Puerto Rico, University of Tennessee. University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, UPR Center for Neurology, UT Battelle LLC, Virginia Electric and Power Company, Virginia Military Institute, Vocal 3 and Vocal 4, WR Non-Destructive Testing, Western Kentucky University, and Westinghouse Electric Company LLC, all from the Southeast region. From the Central region, Andrews University, Ameren, Missouri, American Centrifuge Plant LLC, American Electric Power, Argonne National Laboratory, Beloit College, Cardinal Health PR, Carleton College, Cleveland Cliffs Incorporated, Concordia College, Constellation Energy Generation LLC, Dairyland Power Cooperative. Department of U.S. Air Force, DTE Energy, Empire Iron Mining Partnership, Energy Harbor Nuclear, Energy Solutions, Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, Hamline University, Hibbing Taconite Company, Hiram College, Hope College, Kent State University, Kewanee Solutions, Lake Forest College, Milwaukee School of Engineering, Minorca Mine Incorporated, Missouri University of Science and Technology, Nextera Energy Incorporated, Neowave Incorporated, Northern States Power Company, Minnesota, North Shore Mining Company, Ohio State University, Ohio University, Portsmouth DUF6 Conversion Facility, Portsmouth GDP D&D, Purdue University, Reuters-Stokes LLC, Solstice Advanced Materials US Incorporated, The Dow Chemical Company, Thermo Everline LLC, U.S. Steel Corporation, University of Chicago, University of Cincinnati, University of Illinois, Minnesota, University of Missouri Columbia, University of Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin La Crosse, University of Wisconsin-Madison, University of Michigan, U.S. Steel Minnesota Ore Operations, Vista Operations Company LLC, Xavier University, Excel Energy, Youngstown State University. And now for our final region, the West. Aerotest Operations Incorporated, Arizona Public Service Company, Arizona State University, Arkansas Tech University, ATI Specialty Alloys and Components, Battelle Energy Alliance, Battelle Memorial Institute, Brigham Young University, California Institute of Technology, Central Plateau Cleanup Company, Central University of Iowa, Colorado School of Mines, Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA, Energy Fuels Resources USA Incorporated, Energy Northwest, Energy Nuclear Operations Incorporated, Fort St. Vrain Spent Fuel Storage, Framatome Incorporated, GE Hitachi Morris Operations, General Atomics, Hanford Lab Management and Integration, LLC. Honeywell Federal Manufacturing and Technology, LLC. Idaho Environmental Coalition. Idaho State University. Iowa State University. Isotope Products Laboratories. Kansas State University. Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Los Alamos National Laboratory. Louisiana State University. Mission Support and Test Services, LLC. Naval Information Warfare Center Pacific. Nebraska Public Power District. North Star Vallecito. Nuclear Sources and Services Incorporated. Omaha Public Power District. Oregon State University. Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Pomona College. Pantexas Deterrence, LLC, Pantex. Portland General Electric Company. Rapiscan System. Reed College. Sacramento Municipal Utility District. San Diego State University. Sandia National Laboratories. South Dakota State University. South Texas Project Nuclear Operating Company. Southern California Edison Company. Stanford University. TerraPower. Texas A&M University Nuclear Science Center. TMI-2 Idaho Nuclear Technology and Engineering Center. U.S. Army White Sands Missile Range. U.S. Department of Interior. Unitech Services Group Incorporated. University of California, Berkeley. University of California, Davis. University of California, Irvine. University of California, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. University of Nevada, Las Vegas. University of New Mexico. University of North Texas. University of Texas. University of Texas at Austin. University of the Pacific. University of Utah. University of Washington. Urenco, USA. Vallecito Nuclear Center. Vistra Energy. Walla Walla University. Washington State University. And Wolf Creek Nuclear Operating Corporation. Congratulations to all facilities for a job well done.
So now we have come to the conclusion of our captivating first day. We wish to extend big congratulations to all the award recipients. And as we stated earlier, all of the recordings will be available in about 2 weeks after the conclusion of this technical exchange. You'll receive an email related to it. And also, please note that every day when you are leaving this technical exchange, the Zoom link, there will be a prompted survey that gets displayed for you. And it provides the opportunity for you to provide feedback to us. This will show up every day, so you can provide feedback every day or just one. Take your time, it is up to you. Fill out the survey. We'll focus on 4 areas that will help us understand if we have met your expectations or if there are areas that could be improved upon. This includes the nature of the training topics, the convenience of the schedule, as we do have to accommodate a variety of locations from east to west to other locations as well. The quality of the audio and visual, and the access of this event and the materials. Additionally, there will be some open-ended questions where you can provide more details related to your favorite topics this week, sense of professional development benefits, suggestions for agenda topics for next year's event, but they could also as well email, even if you can't come up with anything in the next 4 days, you can write the NMMSS mailbox and just let us know ideas for 2027. And also any recommendations for continuous improvement. That also includes anything that you could think would be in person as well. As we look forward to everyone joining us again tomorrow to continue with our technical exchange, we plan just the same as we did today, where we will use 10:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time to take that area to address any connectivity issues or audiovisual concerns for you. And then at 11 a.m., we will begin the second day of the program, starting with a panel discussion covering MCNA developments, where we will be joined by Susan Annie, Brule Hicks, and Jana Konishki, and of course, wonderful Michelle Romano as well. So we look forward, thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to you with us on this journey the rest of the week. Thank you.